Hey everybody, welcome back, happy Sunday. Let's get ready for another exciting stream. Okay, so I think I've got just about everything I wanted to have laid out here. And let's talk a little bit about what it is that we're actually going to do this time. So this is going to be kind of an interesting stream here. So today, what we're going to be building is an Imperial Shipyard. Like if you look in the top right here at sort of this image we've got, the idea is you have these locations in the Star Wars universe where they put together ships, which is not that different than the way that you would put together boats in our world, or where you might assemble planes in our world. So in the Star Wars world, and in our Lego Star Wars city, we need a place where we're assembling all these starfighters and shuttles and things like that that get incorporated across the city. So we are looking at this image here of the Santa Shipyard from Lego Ahsoka, from Ahsoka, the TV series. And there's a couple elements that we can notice right away about these shipyards. First of all, they're on the water, which is kind of interesting for Star Wars, but we're not going to necessarily go with that ourselves. But second, they look very industrial. You see exposed rebar or steel or something like that. You see these channels, you see these machines and pulleys that can get these boats out to sea. Looks a little bit like the Panama Canal, actually. And then the last thing you notice is the Santa Shipyards were assembling engines. So this is an engine that was stolen by Marok, the Inquisitor, to use to build the Eye of Sion, the giant hyperspace ring that's going to bring Thrawn's ship back from exile. So what we see here is that since this place is building engines, we see a lot of the same thing being built over and over again. And in an ideal world, that's exactly what we would want to build in our version of the Imperial Shipyards. Now, why are we building an Imperial Shipyard? So I've talked on some Instagram reels and stuff before about how I like to do alt builds. So for example, if we go here and we go to, and I search ATTE, we're going to find this ATTE Lego set that was released in, was it 2022? Has it been 3 years already? Wow, it was. And a lot of people really liked this modern ATTE set because it had these nice orange clone troopers. Are they 212th? Are they Obi-Wan's Legion? I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they're Obi-Wan's Legion. So this is from the attack on Utapau. And I also only had one ATTE. I have the first one ever released that's got Phase 2 clone troopers from Episode 2, or Phase 1 clone troopers from Episode 2, instead of these Phase 2 clone troopers from Episode 3. So anyway, like a lot of people, I bought this set, mostly for the minifigures. And sometimes when I do that, I like to go to a website called Rebrickable.com, which we've talked about a number of times. And I like to see, like, okay, so are there any alternate builds for this set? 75337. And I search for that, and I want to look for this set, and then we can scroll down and we can look at alt builds, and I found this really cool alt build for a UTAT ship, and this is also something that was shown in Episode 3, and we actually built this, and this is on my Instagram and so on, and it's pretty cool. But the problem is, when you make alt builds, you often are left with a bunch of spare parts. If we keep looking here, we'll eventually figure out which one was the parts that belong to the ATTE there, but the point is we'll get to it in a second. And, I don't want to just take these spare parts and put them in all my junk pieces, because someday I might want to take apart that alt build. So this ATTE is actually a perfect example, because we've been hearing rumors for 6 months now that in the summer we're either going to get an Imperial clone turbo tank and or an Episode 3 UT-80, which would be the first time that Lego has actually made this set themselves. So we want to make sure that we can actually access these parts. We can take apart these alt builds if that's something we decide we want to do. Enter the idea of an Imperial Shipyard. So what we're going to do is, unlike last week where we had a very defined script we were going to follow, or blueprint that we made together, and we plopped down the 4 base plates for the giant lake, and we just started kind of coloring by number until we eventually filled in all of those tiles, which was crazy. This is kind of the exact opposite of that. What we're going to do here instead is we're going to plop down a giant base plate. don't remember which one it is. Probably this big blue one. Bright navy blue one. Plop that down. And then we're just going to start seeing what we can do to build an Imperial shipyard on top of it, keeping each bag of alternate parts in their own separate section. So if I have to pick it up, I can still do that. We'll look at my notes. We'll see if we have any other instructions, but that's kind of the basic idea. Now, we can do a couple things here. We can build storage bins that just house these parts loose in them. We can build towers. We can build buildings and command posts for our little stormtroopers to walk around in. Oh, hey, look, we've got our extra TIE pilot that's actually perfect for, you know, just hanging out today. So that's great. So this is going to kind of be a free build. But the one idea I did have, so let's take away this ATTE for a second. So what are we actually working with here? What sets do we have alternate builds of? Let's go ahead and lay these out, and we'll put them over here to the left because these are our spare parts for today specifically. So we'll put that blue base plate back for a second until we've verified where it's going to go. Put this TIE Fighter pilot back for a second. So what do we have? These are spare parts to... I'm pretty sure this is... There we go. Millennium Falcon. So this is from the Starship Collection, Millennium Falcon. We might remember we built... Metal Gear Solid Rex. These are spare parts to the Coruscant Guard gunship, which we turned into a not Ahsoka Tano, Balin and Shin Hati's Ada class shuttle, which was a super awesome alt build. I'm holding these ones for the end for a particular reason, which we'll see. These are spare parts to an Inquisitor transport shuttle that we turned into a what did we turn it into? We turned it into a TIE silencer from episode 8. Is that the right phrase? I think that's the right phrase. Not many parts left over here, so that's good. And then these are a few parts left over from the original Rebel Y-Wing. That's really small. This one, I have a suspicion again. These are parts left over from this collection. This actually predated the Starship Collection, but there was a Star Destroyer at MIDI scale, M-I-D-I scale, that I turned into a Imperial Raider. Once again, very few parts there, so that'll be easy to work with. These are the parts left over from the TIE Defender, which I thought was a little bit too big back when I first made it. I also imagine that probably in a couple years here we'll get a TIE Defender build at more of the modern, smaller TIE Fighter scale, which will be great. Now, notably, this one is awesome because this is going to give us an extra classic TIE Fighter windscreen, which is a super recognizable part that we can use. Like, this can basically... This one is probably maybe even going to be like the centerpiece of our Imperial shipyard here because it's so recognizable what they're building there. So that's great. These are extra parts to R2-D2, which we turn into, of all things, a Stinger Mantis. You're sitting there, and we have a couple of nice base plates here, so we might turn this into a building. Stay with me. You're going, how are you going to fit all this on a base plate? Stay with me. All right, putting that there. I have one more here, I think. Here's our parts to ATTE, so we want to do those last, because like I said, we have a suspicion that we might be able to take back apart that UTAT. So I've kind of organized these loosely in sort of the way I want to do them. And that's basically everybody. Now, what are these three in the middle? All three of these are separate copies of the Lego set Kylo Ren's Command Shuttle from 2016. Is this the big one? Nope, that's the wrong one. So we'll search by tags here. Upsilon class command shuttle. And here it is, 2015, Kylo Ren's Command Shuttle 75104. This set is unique for us because we actually bought, I think, 5 copies of this set, 4 or 5 or 6. And not a single one of them is actually used to make this command shuttle. But again, if we go to Rebrickable, we did a whole week about a year ago where we did an alt build challenge where we just built a ton of alt builds out of this one set, because it just like really came with a perfect palette of parts to go ahead and make alt builds with. So we built the Zeta class lander, which was shown in Rogue One. We also built the Supremacy from Star Wars Episode 8, which is super, super, super cool. I seem to remember my copy looking a little bit different than this, so I wonder if the instructions for this thing have been updated since then, or maybe not. So that's 2 alternate builds we made. We build this Separatist landing craft from, well, the landing craft appeared in Episode 1, but a Separatist version would obviously be from the Clone Wars. It looks super cool beside all our Separatist stuff. So that's 3 already. And then we built... I really feel like we have 5 of this. We built a... I'm going to have to pull up... So we custom built a TIE Echelon, which is the ship that appears in Disney's Galaxy's Edge. Yeah. So we built this. We custom built this one all by ourselves. And then, as if that's not crazy enough, I actually feel like we even built one more alternate build here. But the point is, for this one set... We've got 3 extra copies of the bags at various levels of filledness. And what's neat about that is that you can start to... What we can do is... Remember when we looked at our picture of Santa Shipyards and we said, hey, look, there's all these engines here? You can see that the same thing is being built repeatedly. So that's kind of what we're going to try to do, is we're going to open up the biggest one of these bags, and we're going to just kind of start... There's a lot of parts left over in this one. A lot of things that I can see being used, like a frame. Truth is, I have no idea how we're going to do this, but we have a vision. So we're just going to start going after that vision. And I think these extra copies of the of that ship are probably the ones that we're least likely to take apart. And so that's what we want to prioritize, is the things that we're least likely to take apart. Okay, enough about that. Let's actually get to it. So I'm going into my notes here, looking at where we were. It's this. We're ignoring that for now. This. One more thing about this. One more thing about this is... where is this going to sit? This is going to sit in our industrial section. So a couple other sets that we have in our industrial section, that's like factories and things. So we have the Flaming Foundry, which was a Monkey King set. So we can see that this is sort of a factory that produces fire and stuff. We have Ogle's Ogle's Control Center. This is like a shuttle launch type of area. And I can't think of any other sets that we have in the industrial section right now. The industrial section is still pretty new. And what we did is our industrial section is kind of laid out sort of in like the city. It's like the city of St. Louis, where sort of you have all these factories and things that are a little bit out of the way. I think Philadelphia is laid out like this too. They're a little bit out of the way of the main city center. So we don't have them up there with our skyscrapers or our downtown. We have them sort of doing their own thing. So we found the spot in our notes where we have the parts. This is really funny. I don't have a lot. So I guess the first thing we're going to pull out is just everything we've got. So according to our notes, let's lay. So on the bottom, we're going to use this base plate, this old road. I don't really use these roads in such a way myself. So the first thing we're going to do, of course, is we're going to prepare this base plate to have something set on top of it. So we'll go ahead and pour out some of these pins, and then as you'll remember from some of the other times we work with base plates, we're going to pull out our extra pieces, and we just need tiles, and a lot of them. We don't really need a whole lot of these pins. So if you remember, what we liked to do was about here, here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I don't want to put, I used to put lots and lots of these pins. I don't really want to put too many of them anymore. I just want it to be able to support, very loosely support having another base plate on top of it. So that's all the pins that I think I'm going to use here. I'll put the rest of these parts back into baggie. Actually, I don't know why I keep doing this situation where I pull out all these. Again, this is just like what parts did LEGO choose to send us all at once, and it's can feel kind of random sometimes. So we're going to quickly separate these. I believe that all of these dark tiles, these 1x8 dark black tiles, are going to be put to use next week when we are building an Imperial refueling station, or what you might think of it as an Imperial hangar. Imperial hangar, which is going to be pretty cool. And is going to incorporate some really neat side builds, too. And that's like the kind of thing where, you know, like where Emperor Palpatine or Darth Vader might land in the middle of the space station, and they come out and they're looking around and they're like, oh, the troops assembled. And, oh, yeah, the troops are assembled. I think we just lost one of these little guys. But maybe not. Anyway, there. I do keep track of these, these pins, as I call them, because they're very useful. Again, I like to say this every time we stream. Why do we care? What is the point of using these little things that we're using? There's a red one, so you can see it on the camera a little bit clearer. The point is when you stick 2 base plates on top of each other like this, it creates the same height as sticking 2 plates side by side, which is otherwise kind of a challenging height to reproduce. So, okay, put this over here. Put all these black tiles in here, because again, we're going to need those next week for our Imperial hangar. We'll see if I get as hot streaming today as I did last week. That was pretty intense. And are these all 1x8 black? They look like it. So we'll dump all of those in there. Thanks, LEGO. And then are these 2? Looks like it again. So we'll dump all of these in there too. And this way, this single part will be super easy to access next week when we're building the hangar. Okay. These pins are done for now. I do think I was supposed to have 2 of those dark blue base plates, but the other one is probably, again, up there in the sky, waiting with future parts orders. Unless I was really stupid and used it on the... well, that's a problem for next week. So we'll see. Put away this last red pin, now that you guys saw that. Now, when I'm building on these double base plates like this, I don't like to build on top of them. I like to build the build and then set it on the base plate, which is what we're going to do here. But first, again, let's go ahead and tile off the top here. And this is honestly probably not going to be a particularly challenging stream. So, but first, let me go ahead and put some random tiles on. So again, these are just supporting the weight of the base plate that's on top. That's all they're doing. There's one, there's one. And you saw me do a lot of this when we were working on the farmland 2+ weeks ago. 2 weeks ago and before. Again, just this is great because all I'm doing is using pieces that come for free when I buy a bunch of other LEGO sets. So, 1, 2. Put that about there. 3. 4. Although the pins I used to use a lot more of, so I don't have quite as many available. 1. Here's a nice teal heart. Again, I'm probably not going to use that in a build anytime soon. 2. And I'm not trying to be particularly symmetrical here. I'm just kind of going with the flow. Let's put this here. 3. this one here. 4. I think I want one more pin at this vertex right there. So we'll go back into our pins, get another clear one. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. The longer you work with parts, the less, like, I used to like record every piece used so meticulously, and I'm definitely starting to get more lax there. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have this one in the middle. Let's put something right here. So actually, put this up here. Put this here. 1. Here's 1 here. 2. Here's 1 at 3. And then we'll put 1 here at 4. And this all, despite this road that we're covering up here, will eventually pretty well effectively support the weight of... Oh, yeah, and when I lay it on top, I can literally feel it sinking into the pins, which is why I don't want to have too many pins, because you want this stuff to be removable, too. And that's basically going to cover us. That's basically going to cover us for this. So we'll put that sideways so it's not too distracting. And now we're going to work primarily on this base plate. And we chose this dark navy as the base color for no discernibly particularly good reason, is what it is. Put away these pins, these little pieces. Okay, now according to our notes here, there's really not a whole lot of other parts that we're actually working with. So, base plate. 4 1x8 dark bluish gray tiles for the front where there would be a sidewalk. So we're going to say here there's going to be D belay. We might have to move all our extra parts to find those. So here's one of them. Here's a second one. Here's a third one. And here's the fourth one. And that's it. As the notes say, quote, all other parts are from the alt builds. So, guys, I guess it's time to be creative here. So, I'm trying to think what is like the most staggeringly unlikely set for us to take apart anytime soon. It also would have been really nice to cover up this base plate with a few more tiles. So what we could do I could use these parts from the Coruscant Guard gunship to make sort of a base layer. The question is, how much of the build are they going to cover? So we have to cover 32 by 31 studs. That's a lot of surface area to cover, of course. There's up here, there's Kylo Ren's. What I really want is a whole lot of parts like this. And honestly, I probably should have ordered these. These are plates with reduced studs. But we're just going to kind of make it work. It's either this or the Ada. Now the other thing we could do... Oh, I'm having the beginning of an idea. Having the beginning of an idea. Okay. I've always had, so the idea as I've always had it in my mind was support building back here. So let's kind of do this live. So support building back here. So that's kind of like a square. So I'm going to take these over here And I'm going to kind of block off sort of like what I think might be the area. Let's make it 8. 8 by like 12, I think, is a pretty good length. Maybe even 8 by 14, which would look something like this. And that's going to be our support building. Maybe with a door right about here. Let's go ahead and do a swap since we are thoroughly building up there. Whoop. Yep. Okay, so that's our support building. And then over here, I want like a wall with repeated parts being built against it. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll use these trees that we have left over from Lake Valor. So this is our wall with repeated parts being built. And then if we think about the episode in Andor where they were working on the TIE Avenger, which we could probably find a nice clip of, I think I want to make sure, this is our TIE Defender being assembled. And we said we want this to be the centerpiece because it's so obvious kind of what kind of thing we have here, which means we need to leave a little bit of room for the front of the TIE here. So first things first, I think we're going to pull up the instructions for the old TIE Defender, and we're going to blitz through, and we're basically going to just put together everything we can put together there. And then we can go through the Kylo Ren's command shuttles and start to make some of those repeated engines or things that we associate pretty heavily with that. So we're going to set this to the side for a second. I know this is a really weird stream because we're just kind of being creative. We have no idea exactly what we're doing here. I mean, we know exactly what we're doing, but we have no idea how. But in some ways, those are the most fun streams, right? So. And we talked a ton about why we're doing the things that we're doing as well. So we don't want Kylo Ren's quite yet. What we want is to go here, and we want to look at TIE Defender. Because so far, LEGO has only released one. 2010. It's been a long time. Long time ago. So we'll pop open the instructions here. Yeah, this right here. Okay, this is actually great. This is exactly what we want to build out of this chassis. I'm going to set this Post-it note aside so I can at least kind of remember. And as of last week, I no longer have my Imperial Raider on site to be able to show you what exactly that looked like, but that's okay. So let me get my stuff turned on here. There we go. So we're going to be doing a lot of this today. We're just going to kind of go through. We're going to skim through these builds and see like what we even are still able to build. This TIE Defender was a pretty neat build back in the day, even if it's a little bit bigger than I would have liked. Maybe someday they'll release either a Raider. I mean, that would be nice. But the best time to release an Imperial Raider would have been when Battlefront 1 and 2 were kicking the rounds with Iden Versio in them. You unfortunately missed that point. So before I even really look at the instructions here, this is how we do this. What I'm trying to do is find repeated builds. So repeated. Here's another one. So we have 6 of these. We've got 6 of these. So whenever we have something that we have the same number of, we want to set that aside because that's how we're going to be able to build commonalities. I bet we have, how many of these we have? 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. So now we have a section for 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We don't quite have 12. Oh, we do have 12. Look at that. So we actually probably want to scroll all the way ahead to where we see where this is being used, which will help us understand not a whole lot. That's okay. So we've got 12 of these. That's another multiple of 6. 4 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. And then we have our main section. And just like that, we have our parts kind of sorted in a way that, again, we can sort of tell what's going on here. So I think this is the cockpit for our TIE Defender. So let's double check that. Like so. Tighten this up a bit. Tighten that up a bit. Tight is good. And now we have an opening cockpit and a spinning section. And all of this is going to be symmetrical, although we'll want to be able to elevate it. What do you think, TIE Fighter pilot? He's like, I don't really know. We check our width over to the side here. We've got enough width to go. Actually, let's measure this. So these are 8. Is our width greater or less than 16? Our width is 13. So that's kind of what we're working with here. So this is our centerpiece. This TIE Defender parts, these are our centerpiece. Now we want to make something repeated. So I'm going to scroll all the way down in these instructions to where we have these wings. And we're not going to build them exactly as they were originally built. Yeah, we want about this page here. The way I'm going to build them is ignore the things we only have 2 of and the things we only have 4 of. We're just going to kind of approximate it. So in the original, we had something like this. We had something like this. And this is not accurate. Well, this is a little bit better. So we're going to fudge it here, like so. I'd actually like to connect that by, yeah. So let's do an inverted one so we can look exactly up there. Yeah, here we go. So if I set that like so, and then I invert this one like so, you can almost trick yourself into believing that this was a TIE Defender, that this was the parts to a TIE Defender. And then here we can see, if we go back a few steps, the way that these were used. Yeah, before that. We had these kind of went like so. Then they kind of went like so. And then we just need to figure out where these there they are. So again, we're going to do this twice. We're totally fudging it, but we're making you believe, we're giving the impression of a ship under construction. And then all that's left is these 1x4s. So first of all, let's go ahead and finish off this little build that we've done here. So everything's hanging over by 3. And like, this is silly, but like, this is how we're gonna do it. Your like most ridiculous build stream ever. Yeah, but it's also not gonna take us. Actually, I'm not even gonna finish that sentence because I'm literally wrong every single time. Every single time. Okay. So now, it was like this. So we can almost imagine that being like so. Like so. Let's do 2 over here. Do I have inner or outer? I have inner. Like so. Like so. And again, this repetition says to us somebody is building something here. So that's it. We've just used all the parts. We used all the parts for our tie defender that we have available. We measured our tie defender at 13 studs wide for making it our centerpiece. And what all of that is going to do, I'm actually going to set these. I'm going to set these up here for a second. All of that is going to do is going to give us the dimensions that we can build around as we're building our shipyard here before we ultimately set the thing down. This doesn't work. So now we go back to our shipyard, and we know the dimensions that we're working with. Let's say we want 1 stud beside the building, so it's going to look something like this, which tells us on the left how much space we have for the shelving, storage, racks, whatever. So when I look back at the R2-D2 build, I really like this set of spare parts because it has this. It has 2 useful things here. It has this, and then it's got this, which is like a perfect industrial piece. So I'm going to make that like a top-level tower. So would I want to go ahead and make an R2 tower here? I don't know. Not entirely sure. This build is also going to be quite heavy because of the way I'm choosing to construct it, but that's okay. So ideally what we'd like to do would be to do the same kind of thing that we just did with that TIE Defender with our Kylo Ren shuttles. So we would take the biggest one. Yeah, and here in this biggest one, I'm starting to see some parts that look almost like engines. So we're going to check our width again. Let's say we want 1 extra stud on the side. That means we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 studs wide that we can start doing something with the shelving for this Kylo Ren business. This one's got a few of them. This is ATT, that's why. This one's got almost nothing. But this one's got a little bit of something. A lot of parts here. A lot of parts here. Take our sticky note, put it up there. Just kind of see what we're working with. So we've got a lot of these big, long Technic bricks, which is actually kind of nice because they're going to make for good shelving, storage, something like that. We want to know all the plates that we have, especially these reduced plates, because that's where we might potentially get flooring. And then over here, we're going to sort of probably custom make our own like sort of engine build. So these parts that look like they're really good for an engine, we want to set those aside. And all these Technic bricks, all of this. Let's get in there. These wedges are a little bit less useful to us, although we might be able to make a simichrome of some wings out of them. We'll throw all the wedges in the back. More plates. Not as many reduced tiles as I was hoping for. Actually, we got a few. Oh yeah, we're not done yet. Technic. lot more Technic. This is looking pretty promising, actually. And that's why we chose the the copy of this set that had the most spare parts. Tiles. Tiles are good. Wedges. Technic brick. Remember, our magic number is 9. Wedges. Jumpers. Jumpers are going to be very helpful to us. Tile. All these circular things I want to make. I want to turn into engines. Here's some plasma bolts, potentially a product that might be made at the shipyard. It's not something we'd usually see loose in the city, but let's see what we can do. Here's another one of these. Precious, precious pieces. Here's another big plate. And that looks like it's starting to be most of what we've got to work with here. There's another tile. Nope, that's not a tile. It's a slider. There's a tile. Technic bricks. Brick. Tile. Brick. Okay. Here we go. So here we've got a nice clear shot of sort of what the engines look like, which is great, because whatever this particular build was, it didn't use hardly any of the engine pieces. So we're going to start at the end. So we're going to go into the instructions for this set. Again, we want repeated builds wherever possible. And you'll kind of see the method to the madness. Or actually, you might not. There may not be any method to the madness, but there we go. We're going to find out one way or another. So for this one, we have 1, 2. Let's do a swap. We have this tile here. Let's do the same thing again. 1, 2. A lot of little tiles and grills, which are actually probably going to be really useful to us in a moment here. But do we have another 1 by 2? There we go. Oh, nope, that one's got a design. Not a design. Grills. There it is. 1 by 2. We've got 2 of these. Then the next step. Okay, so we're going to take this piece, put a silver stud on top of it. Then we're going to put this transparent red radar dish, poke that through this, poke this through here, and then poke this through here. And we have 1 first order shuttle engine, which 1 is greater than none. So we'll do this whole thing again. Do this, find a silver stud, find a red dish, assuming we have it unused. Yep, there it is. Poke that through here. Poke that through here. We have a second first order engine. Boom. 2 of them. Now, the next question is, as we go through the other 2 copies of Kylo Ren's command shuttle, if we're going to be able to make any more engines like that or engines in progress. And we're just going to have to see. So one more thing that we want to check for on this set, because this is a big build, is guns, turrets, cannons. We've got these. How did this set do? Looks like it's got small little cannons at the front, which is okay. So here they are. So how many of these pieces do we have access to? So do we have a 1x3 Technique beam? Yes. Do we have these? Also yes. Do we have 1x2? Yes. Here's one. And we're going to do this whole thing twice. And we're just going to see how far we can get in making these cannons, auto blasters, or whatever they are. There's another one. And then we would need these cones, which is great. We've got those. And then we would need these poles, which is great. We've got those. So there's one cannon, one complete cannon. And then we need that piece. But I don't think we have that piece available. Yep, we don't have the half pins. I don't know how to describe that piece, but that's okay because we've got this whole big thing. So we're going to set that down with our partial builds, and we're going to do it again because hypothetically there should be one more in here if we didn't use it while building the set. And once again, as we go through 2 more copies of this set, we're going to look 2 more times to see if we have those parts available because the repetition is what's going to build the idea that this is a shipyard where lots of things are being constructed in a row. Now, if these engines and auto blasters are being constructed for that TIE Defender, then woe to any rebels in the area because that's going to pack some serious firepower. I think we might be out of 1x2 axles, but that's such an unbelievably common Lego piece that I don't know that I really mind adding it. I just need to make a note that I'm doing so. So let's go pull out 2 more of those. Well, let's first check that we have all the other parts in question. So we would need a cone. We need a pole. There's one. Let's do it like this. Cone and pole. And then we would need a cone and another pole. So here's our pole and here's our cone. Yep. So I think all we need is one more small axle. And there it is. We actually don't need to pull anything out of anywhere, which is great. I don't think you wanted to see me pull anything out of anywhere today, so boom. And now look at that. We've got 2 auto blasters, 2 engines, and it really starts to look like something is being assembled in this shipyard. So now what we have left is all this large amount of Technic pieces, and I have some thoughts and some ideas. But before we go on, we're actually going to go in, put this away, and pull back out our base here. Because what I want to do, no, actually, we want an unused base. So I'm going to pull out this belay one back here. So right now, I want to check by loosely laying parts down. I basically want to find out, do I have enough plates just from this one set to cover the entire foundation? So we're going to find out about that. And we're going to find out about that using similar areas because, again, we measured out. So we have, for the storage area over the side, we have, it's 9 wide. So we might do something like this. See how far forward we can get. And again, I'm just setting these plates here because I'm not going to plop them down until I feel certain. Need a little bit more down here. But this isn't a bad start. tile. Again, whenever I find tiles, I'm pulling them out because I want to use those. Over here, we said our building was 8 by 13. So we'd want something that was 8 wide. We don't want to use the trapdoor. We have our central area for the tie defender itself, which is 12, 13, 14, 15 wide, really. So let's measure for that. So we have 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it 16 wide. So we're going to shift all of these over. And now we know we can do it like this. So we're going to have a central sort of area leading down to that tie defender, just like we kind of see in the Cetos shipyard. I keep wanting to say Cetos. Santa. What is Cetos? It's something else from Ahsoka, I know. Now, next question. These long wing plates, do they tessellate at all? Let's find out. They do tessellate a little while leaving some pretty major gaps compared to, say, these 1x4s, which tessellate perfectly. So the 1x4s we can include in our part count here. That's all right. So let's continue with... Oh. What do we want? We were still looking for something that was... Oh, actually, here we go. Here we go. Look at this. And remember, our building is 1x8. So that right there is our building. Do we have 2 more? And just like that, we've used up all of those. There's a space of 6. Yeah, we're gonna make it here. So let's finish laying this out, and then we'll transfer it over to our main plate. And again, I'm kind of looking for some vague symmetry here wherever I can. I like that. I like that. Question is, how often can I actually find it? Let's see, because I can't use that. I can use these, though. I can do this down here. Yep. Can you see all that? Yes, you can see all that. Look, we're not deterred by triangles. It's kind of funny. Got this here. So let's try to keep extending this as far over as we can. How many of these things do we have? These reduced plates? Quite a lot. Quite a few. Okay, so we would just need one more reduced plate, which we don't have, but that's okay, because we can take out... Oops. We can do something like this. Put these here. I'm really counting on them not making a separatist lander because, oh my gosh. This will be tedious to undo. Let's keep using our 1x3s here. Of these. There's one. I think we have the right amount of those. And now we're starting to get really close to having this all covered up. Here we've got a light bluish gray one or two. So those I would love to use right here. Yep. Then do we have a 1x4 gray plate? We do. Do we have a 1x4 gray tile? We do not. That's okay, because we can do something like this. Now we've got this nice lane, this whole nice lane coming down. Here's one of these. And this, folks, is why when you're looking at alt builds, you try to avoid picking up alt builds that don't use a lot of the pieces of the set, because then you end up doing all this nonsense. Here we go. Again, kind of getting a bit of a symmetry here. Filling all of that in. Oop, that's not the wedge I was looking for. Not the wedge I was looking for. Here's this piece. There's another tile that we can liberate. Not the wedge I was looking for once again. So we're going to hold on to both of those. But this one, still not the one I'm looking for. Unfortunately, excess wedges are not going to do us a lot of good. No, wait, yes it is. Oh, they need to be the same, not opposite. Wrong color. That's the right shape. So that row is done there. 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 Very close here. Very close. Just looking to see if I have any more wedges. 1x4 wedges specifically. These are opposite, so they won't help me. I think most of what's left will not help me particularly much. Opposites won't help. This piece is raised, that's not useful. So now we go to our tiles. We want to mix these tiles up. There we go. Kind of like this. Running out of tiles a lot more quickly than I expected. It's okay. This down here, this down here. And I actually, normally I would want, like, more symmetry. But I kind of like that it kind of looks like there's like a path here. Like, I don't know. There's something about what we've done here that I think is kind of neat, actually. Let's put this here. I would love if I had had one more 2x4. That I do. There we go. Excellent. Actually had two more. But I didn't need two more. I just needed one more. So we'll put this here. We're so close, guys. We are so close. This we're going to use here. One more of these. Do I have one more like that? Yes, I do. Like, I'm not going to lie. This is a stupid build, but It's kind of fun, too. It's kind of fun, too. Now I've got a bunch of these. Do I have them in dark play? There's one. Literally just a couple more pieces here. That works. And then this could be like a giant grill area. 1, 2. Yeah, we've got the parts. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's done. It's done. So now we're just going to carefully transfer this onto the blue base plate, which is where it's actually going to live more permanently. And then we'll start building the side, I think. Now, attaching parts to a base plate is kind of... Attaching plates to base plates is painful. It's not a particularly fun exercise. And it's also not necessarily great because it can have some effects on the base plate over time, but in this case, I don't know that we have the choice, really. Luckily, this dark blue base plate is modern enough that it's got lowered resistance. There's a couple ways to do this. I mean, I could get out a hammer. Not a hammer, a mallet. But I don't think we want to do that. Just want to hear it click. And all of this is why I actually really don't personally like working with base plates. So anyway, we basically created a path through this facility here, which I think is kind of neat. Okay, once we're working with these smaller pieces, it's a lot easier, actually. There we go. These 4x4s, those go really easily. And again, there's a very particular reason why we are working with the exact heights that we're working here, why this is our level. This is our top level instead of the base plate itself being our top level. And that is just so that when we set this beside a road plate, it is elevated by another stud. Because if you look outside your window and you look at a street or a road, whether you're in the neighborhood or anywhere else, the road is always below. It's always a step down. It's recessed into the ground. It's not elevated. Which I think LEGO was pretty smart by making their new road plates be 2/3 of a brick high, 2 plates high, instead of anything bigger than that. And these are all going on fairly nicely. We'll do those wedges, those corner wedges last. And again, even just the plating that we're doing here is actually kind of giving us some texture, some ideas. Okay, now we've got another really big one to attach, best as we can. And again, you kind of only get one chance to really nail these down. And be right back. All right, that's a little bit better. Got a little breeze going on in here. Again, really trying to get these plates in solidly. And all this effort is another reason why, although I'd prefer alt builds to total custom builds, I really do try to avoid getting too many sets to use as alt builds. Like when possible, so like this back here, this new Arc 170 that's way too small to scale, I literally just got it for the minifigures. And there are tons and tons and tons of alt builds available for that set because lots of other people did the same thing. But I don't know that I have a future use for it, so I'm not going to try to turn it into anything interesting. Just want to use all the pieces or none of the pieces and work out with that. Get this written down. There we go. Almost done here. And now we're done. Okay, so we have now filled an entire base plate with the parts from Kylo Ren's command shuttle. So I want to write that down in my notes. So I want to say entire floor 31 by 32 is from the crew. It's from the Kylo Ren shuttle used for lander. So is the Storage rack. TIE parts are from TIE Defender, used for Raider. And that's as far as we've gotten so far. So what I want to do is, well, I need to work on the rack first. And I know I have basically this space to work on it. So can we... I don't like making this uneven, but I think that's how we'll just work on it up here. So now this isn't going to be as bad. Now we get to just sort of do some slightly less annoying free building. So if I look back at our picture here, we sort of have these high concave walls. Also, how are we going to lock down this TIE fighter? Can it go on this piece? It can go on that piece rather nicely, actually. So this is our centerpiece. So we probably want this, like, actually right here, it looks like it's perfectly positioned. So I'm dropping that down. So we know that goes about right there. I'm not going to have this TIE Defender here for too long while we're building because it'll be frustrating to work around. But, again, I think... Actually, why do one when I can do two? 1, 2. Yeah, that's pretty sturdy, actually. So there we go. This is the centerpiece. This is what the Imperials are working on right now. And then where's the rest of our parts? Say that these could be about here. Do I have another one of those parts? I do, but this one is going to clip on too easily if we mess with it. So what we can do instead, we could actually use these bays. Nope, it's not quite good enough. Unless... I'm having the beginning of an idea. Hold on. Yeah, I want to use this part. I want to make it taller, like this. Nope, that doesn't help either. Part of the challenge with all this is, like, a couple of these things, like, I know of Lego parts that would... Aha! This is the part I was thinking of, but I don't have enough of them. I would need 8. So you have to get creative. Get really stinking creative. Oh, here we go. So here's our sort of our storage. Oh, this is actually going to look kind of nice. So, what are some of our top ways to store a Lego piece like that? 1, 2, 3. This is illegal build technique. I'm not going to keep it like that, but I think we need a sideways build here now. So this is actually an area where we might be able to start making use of... Okay. So this piece. We want 2 wide gaps. So for example, if we took this, we tiled this off. see the idea in my head, but I have to figure out how to actually execute it. Oh yeah, getting there. This might require us to rotate this so we have a flat surface, which would be fine. It's not the end of the world. Or what's the gap between a set of... So if I do this, and I do this, how big is that gap? That's pretty good. It'd be even better. Yeah, it's exactly 2. Okay. So we can adjust for that by doing something like... Except we want it down here. Yep, we'd want it right about here. And they won't stay there unless... Oh, we're almost there. Hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Unless we do that. Okay. Now we're cooking. Do this. This. Boom. Now I don't have enough of this particular piece. Well, actually, I don't need that many of them. Here. Stay on target. Save this for the end. We need 6 slots. We know we need 6 slots. We have number 1. This will be number 2. This would be number 3. Well, 3rd item, but 2nd slot. This creates a 3rd slot. This creates a 4th slot. Need a few more of those. But now I've run out of that piece, haven't I? But there's a way around it. This, if I just have one more of those, would create a 5th slot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, we'll spread out of that piece. I guess we can use this one. We can use 2 of these. Yeah. Do I have a 1x3? No. Fifth slot. Then 6th slot. So now the next objective is to, instead of having it be so loose like this, we want to fill in those gaps. And we do have the pieces for that. We're going to use pieces like this one. So first gap, go up like this. Like this. First gap is filled. Second gap, we're going to do kind of the reverse. If we haven't, we do have another one of those pieces. And this one hangs down, so it's fine. Third gap, I think we've run out of that particular piece, so, oh, we got this one. But we don't have anywhere to attach it quite well. Which would mean that it would fall down, which we don't want. Again, I have in my mind like a piece that would solve this problem immediately, but I'm trying not to just let it hang up. Again. I think there's actually a better way to do this. Yep. That. This. And now we've also got this nice red, black, and grays color scheme. And I want another one of those. Yep, this one. I don't have wing nuts to close this off. So I would have to do it like this. Use this here. There we go. Actually, that should be an axle. We already know we don't have a 3 wide axle. This is a 4, which might mess us up a little bit. Let's see if we can do something with this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should actually be workable. So take this out. Is actually perfect because we have this here. And we have this here. This is good. Pull that out. Put our 4 in like so. Put all these together. Yes, that would work if we have another. Yes, we do. There we go. So this goes like there. This goes right there. This goes right there. Oh, it's not long enough. So it goes in this way first. Then we close it off. Boom. There we go. This has kind of got an interesting little effect here. And then the last one, we want just a simple one of these. really need this up here. But if we wanted to, we could give it some kind of effect like... Yep. Okay, now how long is this? If this is like magically this long, oh wow, it's just about magically that long. So we can use this to keep them all aligned fairly well. A little bit more. That's probably good enough. Now, why did we do all of that? Well, hypothetically, so that we can slot these in like so. Oh yeah, I see the vision. Okay. So again, we are bastardizing the original way that this TIE Defender was built, but so if we do this, yeah, that's basically it. That is basically the idea. Yeah! Okay, we did it. Let me try something. No. Okay. Now, these kind of lean, but at least they have somewhere to lean. Yeah, it's fine. Two. Guess this became a TIE Defender factory at some point. Grand Admiral Thrawn would be proud. And we're going to make all of these face the same way, even though, again, it's not how it would normally be. There we go. So now we just need to connect the sides. I want to try to use all the remaining parts of this build on the sides. So we need an angle turn to get from here to being connected to this whole nonsense thing that we just made. And do we have anything like that in this pieces of this set? I don't think we do. What about this one? Yep, this would do it. This would do it if it was upside down. Actually, what if it was upside down? That'd be better. So that would look something like this. Let's just set it. Something like this, and then our parts actually stand quite a bit better. So we're going to turn this upside down. So we're going to take off this last one, slide this piece in, actually as many of these pieces as we have. So there was one. I bet we have more. Nope, we don't have any more. That's okay. Put our piece back. Now the way that this works, we just want 2 pins to attach the side. I actually started having fun with this at some point, which is nice. Probably want this balanced about at the halfway point. Okay, so then we'll slide this along there, like so. Actually, we want it down by 1 stud. So that we can add a back wall of sorts. Yeah, like that. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so now let's see if we can fill up. How far can we get up this back wall? That's nice. And then do we have any 1x1 pieces that can offset this? Let's find out. So angle this whole thing down, if I can. Up. My connection points are a little bit funky here. Okay, and then we'll want to close this off too. Like that. But only on the bottom layer. So make it like this. No, let's do it like too high so it looks a little bit more, yeah, ramshackle constructed. Yep, there. Uh, 1x4 please. There's a 1x4. 1x4 here. Okay, I like that. This is going to be a nice... So I just need to fix whatever happened over here with this. With this. Okay. So when we're sitting like so, it's fine. When we're sitting up, it's not as fine. Although I guess I could use... No, I can't use pins for this. I mean, if I have another really long... Yeah, I do. Technically. All right, this is a little bit crazy, but I think we're going to do it like this. to make sure that I get the length right, you'll need to start like so. All right, trust me for a second. Trust me for a second. Yeah. I'm just bracing this so I can actually build for a second. There we go. There. Then these two need to go down. Like this. Then we skip one and these two go down, which is fine. And then this goes straight down, which is fine. And then this goes down. Still doing good so far. And then this goes on. And we finish with this. Something like that. Yep. Okay. Now we don't have that wavy problem that we had before. Yes, highly technical language. Wavy problem. I know. This down, this down. Scrunch that together. Take this off. Remove our brace. These away. And this goes back on. And it's sturdy except for the very end there. We can't really do too much about that. That's okay. Besides, it's braced by the stud at the end of this, which we're going to create now. Is it? Now it is. There we go. And now it's sturdy. And it definitely looks like some kind of racks of something. And I guess you can use your imagination for what these wing pieces are, but now we have the ability to store them on there, so that's pretty neat. How far up do we need to go? We can do 2. We can do 2. And now we can do 1. Actually, I don't think it made a difference, so we can do 2. And it looks like our... Yep. So we need to bring this in by 1. Which is fine. Can do that. Which is actually great because it creates some space in front of the defender again. And now let's use pretty much our remaining parts here, and let's build up this wall. And we know that we can go over here, so here we go. That one. go over down here as well. I think. I mean, I guess I could use these red studs, build them into the wall. Yeah, for now that's going to be okay. Unless we want to do something more. Well, whatever we want to do down here next is going to be a little bit different, I think. We want this to be an edge. Yeah, I'll make this black. Go over here. Back over here. Put all these red studs together. Free building like this takes a lot of time. It really takes a lot of time. And part of me is going, this idea is way too time consuming to be worthwhile. And another part of me is completely not disagreeing with that. So we're not going to do this kind of thing very often. I like free build landscaping, if you can call it that. But doing it like this, where you have a limited palette of parts and you have to come up with these solutions, is not my favorite. Although I will say, what we've built so far is giving factory. It is giving factory. I want this. Here. This. It's giving first order factory, but not much we can do about that. This is fine here for now. Actually, do I have a dark bluish gray one? Nope. Let's use this. Here. Nope, I want to use this one. Sturdy Technic pieces. Here. Yeah, that's fine. Then we have these left over. So let's see how this looks when we start to put our wings in. Okay, so now our wings are braced in a couple different locations and they're just totally sturdy. It's like an entirely different experience. So like all of that technical work was kind of worthwhile to some degree, he says desperately. I swear it was worth it. What did it cost you? Everything. There we go. 3 of them placed. Four of them placed. 5. 6. Wait, how did we get an extra 1 byte? Don't worry about it. So now we have all these black ones down here. Okay, all right, we placed our wings. So what of our TIE Defender parts are left? It's just these. It's just these that look like almost like some kind of if we could put them vertically like that, that would be nice. Again, we want to make them aligned. So we could do something like this. That's not great. What are these? These are wing parts. Again, they're wing parts. We know that. Okay, let's use these. I've got 2 of them. What I probably should have done is to make this entire build out of just spare Kylo Ren's command shuttle parts and just accept to myself that the remainder of these alt build pieces are just going to have to remain, but that's not bad actually right here. So that would be like here-ish. Oh, I don't hate that at all. Okay, let's do it. Okay. This needs to be elevated 1 more. That's perfect. There we go. And can we do another one? So since I'm working on... Okay, hang on. There's this. Here's this. Jumpers would be helpful here because it would make it clear. Okay, let's do this. Then do this. Use the jumper. Yeah, that's not bad. Where's my silver stud? There's one. Here's another jumper while I'm at it. Close this off. Yep. And let's do another silver stud here. Okay, now I want to put this on a jumper. And then we'll put a tile here. So that goes like that. Actually, let's move this back by 1. And now we don't... Yeah, that's fine. And then instead of 2 studs, we can use a 1x2. This is where I'd place my 1x2, if I had one. And then what were we doing here? We can do this. I'd like that to be there. That sticks pretty far out. Actually, that's good. It's giving factory again. So put that here. Up. Move this one down. It's loose, but it has a connection point, which is exactly what we want to remember that these are parts to a different set. Okay. I'm actually pretty happy with that again. Silver stud. Plate. 1x3 plate we have. Look at this. We're literally got this factory wall going on here. Okay, so now we have these parts that are... Let's see, we have these engines. I think that this is a great place for the engines, sort of right here. I have 1 more of these. Do I have 2 more of these? I do. So that's easy. This is a very easy. I'm going to take these tiles off. These engines can just go straight up right there. Now it's time to back up this mat a little bit so that I can better see what I'm working with. And place the entire base plate on the table. Yep, there we go. So here's engine number 1. I think it's right there. Yep, easy enough. Engine number 2. I think it's right there. I don't have a stud there, which is unfortunate. And these could be engines. They could be fuel cells. Okay, so let's elevate this. So what we want is... yeah, like so. These 2x3 plates. Probably 4 of them. Yep. Then we'll put this down here. And the next one with 2 in between. Yep. There. Now the engines can go there, and they're sturdy. And then let's find a way to set these potential guns, probably right about here. We have these. How many pieces like this do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have one more black one. That would do the trick. 6. Good. 4 black ones. So now, let's grab another. So we're going to place them. So the piece I'm looking at is a 1x2 with, yeah, there you go. You can see it. So how can we place these so that then we can put these? Oh, that doesn't fit. Oh, that's unfortunate. New plan. Two, 3, 4. I have 4 of this piece. But this is still easily removable. Mostly. All these Technic pieces are definitely giving this, they're giving factory, to be sure. I want to close this off. And that would make this movable. I'm trying to figure out how to do a bunch of corner turns here. Oh, I could put it the other way. I want to leave this walkway accessible. Here we go. Got it. So here's the first one. And the second one. This is all actually a bit sturdier than it looks, which is good. There we go. And this kind of moves, and it's nice to have a little bit of movement in the build. These both fit. Not quite as well as I would like. And it's very high up. Oh, much better idea. Much better idea. Hang on. Instead of all that nonsense, let's do this. Just like that. So all I need is a way to... here we go. Now, I don't have another one of these, unfortunately. I mean, that looks like something. It does look very Star Wars, but I wanted it to look like multiple turrets being assembled. Not just like generic Star Wars. Oh, actually, I've got two of these here. Suppose it works. One. So now we just need to think about where. That was a way easier solution than I was trying to engineer. I kind of like them like right here. I think that's about right. So we just go in the center here and in the center here. Then they're kind of at two different levels as well, and bada boom. Bada boom. Now, is it too cluttered yet? What if we push this back to in front of those wings? So it's like a whole assembly line. So I'm going to have to go back here, I think. And then we go here. Yep. That's better. I like what I see. I'd also like to see this angled a little bit. But there's not an easy way to accomplish that without a particular piece that this set doesn't have. Yeah, I kind of like this. This does look like they're building some kind of something. So I'd say that we have pretty successfully used most of the parts from this big copy of Kylo Ren's shuttle. And that little copy of what was left of the TIE Defender. So now, actually give me a second. Filled up my water. Okay. So we have a factory. It's at the right height. They're clearly building a tie of some kind. We have storage for all these different devices. Like, this really looks cool. And we have, like, some engines. Actually, let's move this back though. Engines, body parts, turrets, auto blasters. Like, we've kind of accomplished the goal of having this be recognizably Star Wars and recognizably factory. So, at this point, what I think I want to do is make sure that we use the pieces to the other two Kylo Ren bits. And the way we're going to do that can we make like an elevated storage area? I've done things like this before where you just start cramming the parts of the set in. So we have this whole section here. Let's start putting it to work, I think. And I don't like this here. I like this wall being light gray instead of black over there, because the black looks like the ship parts. So let's tile it off like so, or plate it off like so. Like so. Like so. Can use that. Then what's left? Let's go from the other direction. 4. Is there another 4? Probably used all the 4s. 3. 3. And then I do not have a corner of any kind. But if I take one of the earlier 4s, it's a brick separator, and make it a 3, put this back. Now I've got space for 2 3s. And I have back a 4 up here. So now that's all neatly tiled off again. We could even do this. And use this little Star Wars-y control panel right here. Recognizable Star Wars piece adds to our Star Wars build. That's good. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, I like the left side. It maybe didn't go as high as some of us would think, but... So now the question is, let's see... So if we want to build a nice, like, observation tower here, maybe even using this trapdoor as its top. Yeah, I have a couple ways that we can pull something like that off. And then we can just keep building up layer by layer. Oh, that works out. It's almost like this is going to be like a big shipping crate or something. Okay, this. We have this. And then we're just going to start packing the pieces in, basically. Which is tedious. It's definitely tedious. I think we're out of simple bricks as well. Nothing is ever easy, that's for sure. Oh, here's one. That's a brick. That's a brick. This is kind of a brick. That works. That works. That works. Trying to use the most difficult parts first, basically. I actually kind of like how that looks. Now, can I make an entirely Technic flooring here? Yeah, if we use every other, probably. This set was not made to be built as a building, but that's what we're gonna do. We might be able to make this look something like a garage door. All the rules are out at this point. Like, all bets are off, all rules are out. Okay, like we're starting to reach the point where we know we've cut through a majority of the parts. I want to use this. This. Not that these pins are particularly hard to place. How many more of these have we got? I got a couple. One of these. I need occasionally to use these. One of these. Another pin. Yep. There we go. How many more? This is not the same size. This is, though. Just got this one. That's the last of the blues. You're like, Kira, you're desperate at this point. Give it a rest. No, I will not give it a rest. There's no rest. Let's use these. We could actually make this into a... Ooh. Ooh, 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 look at this. There's actually a way we can make this into an opening door. I know Star Wars doors tend to tessellate, but... There. Yep. Just kind of guessing here at this point. Nope, not that side. Or maybe instead of... Oh, I have the idea. I'm going to steal an idea from the Flaming Foundry build. Come on. Oh, it's always tricky when you have to do this. Okay, so what we were saying was we could actually use some of these parts to make walls, basically. So there's only one entry point. 5, 6. We'd have to use some illegal build techniques to do it, but... Now, is it going to start looking more like a prison than anything else at that point? Possibly. I know we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here, y'all. And this is why you can't let yourself get, you know, like, bored with your streams or disoriented with your streams, because, like, not with your streams, with your custom builds. No, not like that. So we could do something like that. Should we mirror it just for fun? Don't remember where we used the other This would look something like that, which I think that is actually a pretty reasonable... Let me go here. Okay. We're at the bottom of the barrel, y'all. We are truly at the bottom of the barrel, scraping for parts here. Literally, metaphorically, all the other lees. Oh, I have one of these. I have 2 of those, actually. That's nice. So what I can do is I can put that here. Put this down. Yep. I don't have a 3x3 part, which is okay. Somebody wants to... Now I won't be able to do the same thing over here. That honestly doesn't look terrible. So now this is looking a little less like the open air factory that we have in our picture up there, and more like sort of the closed, secretive research facility in like Andor, which, hey, why not, right? I've been trying to save these pieces still. This would be a really great time to sort by part type, Kira. No, I'm not going to do it. Stop asking me. You can't make me. Okay. Okay. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. I think that might conflict, which is fine. Okay. Now, if we could make the door the same size, let's see. I think there's probably a cool way to make this. Oh, yeah. I can kind of see it. If these are each 4 big. Oh, is it perfect? It's not perfect. If we go back to the second spot, it's perfect. Okay, this is fine. It's fine to have a door. So I'm going to take that off. Take that off. This can go back here. Rest that like so. Same over here. Bring this up. Pull this up. This goes back here. Rest that like so. Rest that like so. Rest that like so. Okay. So we're going to redo these. We're going to redo these doors. Professor Oak's voice echoed in your head. You still have 2 more shuttles to go. No, Professor Oak, you can't make me. This is fine. And then, like so. That will go right there. And our door now opens. Which is pretty neat. In my very much not humble opinion. No, I mean, that's good. That's good. Oh, right. It needs to be on the second. Oh, darn it. This. We'll do it like so. Nope, actually that won't work. But putting a piece there would work. Want to do this one? Opening door. In fact, we can even make it more sturdy. Like this. Yep, that's good. No, wait, we don't want to do that. Opening door. really clever, we'd have a way to make sure it didn't open farther than it's supposed to. Which I can kind of see how that would work. If I still had those other two, actually I bet they're here. They are in here. We need these. This is so silly. These custom builds like this just take so long. But by golly, we're gonna finish it. Okay. Go like this. We don't want that. We could do this. Like this. This? Does that work? Actually, this might work. So we did it. It's kind of hard to describe. Wow, not only does it work, it gives us a kind of a button to open these doors with. Okay. That's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Let's do it in reverse. Let's do the other one. So we have upside down, right side up. Need one of these, and then we need this. Oh, I saw it back here, and that goes on the third stud. Okay, so there's our door opening button. Oh, you know what we should totally do? Imperial access card or something like that. So we don't have those unfinished studs. Then over here we'll have just two grills. Oh yeah, this is neat. That's kind of cool. We accidentally made a play feature. Not what I expected for today, but okay. TIE Defender Factory. Okay, so now we need to rebuild the gate. This goes... What was it? It was like this? Yep. So all we have to do is rebuild the gate while leaving the final stud open. That's not that hard. It's not that hard, says man in infamous last words. Go. And there we go. And ready for this? Boom. Opening gate. That's pretty cool. Didn't expect that. Oh, that's what's the problem. Okay. Now, I have these two things, and I think they would work better than this, especially because... Yeah, there we go. Same thing over here. Come on. There it is. Caught it. Look at that. Put this down. Especially because what? Especially because I can use the other two back here. Like this. Then it's not sort of awkwardly sticking up still. Good. 1. Okay, that's all not half bad. It's not bad at all. What's left? Nothing. I think we're truly done with our play features. So now it's just a question of getting to the top. Now I want this to be solid at the top, so I need to start measuring, just like we kind of measured at the beginning. What are the dimensions of this and how easily I can close it off. And it looks like I've kind of got it. Well, that's not quite as... Oh, that works. That works. Okay. Unexpected, but sure. The other thing we didn't use was these plasma bolts, but I think we've done enough here without using the plasma. So if this is our top layer and prepares us for the next copy of the set, then basically our goal here would be just to build this little building, this little shipping crate or whatever it is, high enough. Actually, you know what? I think it's time. We've officially kind of converted to sort of like a TIE Defender factory sort of deal, which kind of works anyway. So let's go change our image too. Let's try this. TIE Defender Factory Lothal. Because I do believe there was a... Here we go. Imperial Armory Complex. Continue to site. All right. Got some grates and things there. Here we go. This is exactly sort of the screenshot I was looking for. That's not bad. I guess we'll go with this one. Open image in new tab. Actually, it's a little easier to see here, isn't it? That's fine. Oh, here's this piece. Okay, so now, just like we did at the start, we're going to set our finishers aside. So it's like this, 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 and this. These. And this. Actually, we really should have tiled this off. Probably like that. see this? Yeah, you can see in the bottom right what I'm doing here. Yep. 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 Why are we tiling this off? And that is because the next layer is going to rest on top of this. There we go. More grills. Are there any tiles left? Tiles. I mean, we're really close, y'all. We're definitely close here. Ooh, this is a better Imperial control panel piece than the one that we used earlier. The one we used earlier looks more like a temperature dial. Or, yeah. Let's see. There we go. Much better. Okay, so if we want one more temperature dial, I mean, let's just put them together for now. Put this one over here. We'll use this over here. Like so. Like so. There's the rest of these grills. Probably like so. There's our cover. So all we have to do is get up here. So the next thing we're going to look at is bricks. We're going to take all the rest of the bricks out of this pile. We're going to look at places where we can use them. Bricks or anything that is brick length or brick-like. Them all up here. Everything else goes away. I'm going to use the age-old tactic I call stuff it in a box. Taller than a brick. As you can see, we have a reasonable number of bricks left in this pile down here. Reasonable, but not massive. That's a brick. So all this can pretty easily be stuffed in a pile. Do this. Yep. How can we match that angle? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. These are all plates that we're using here. That's fine. Let's do it like this. And let's do this one like so. Just our roof. Just using pieces of our roof. Every plate that we can use here is a plate that we don't have to find a spot for momentarily. Just about out. Here. Let's not use these yet because we might end up using them as bricks. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Same thing with the studs. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. More studs. 1, 2. 3. That about do it? Oh, there's a 1x2 plate. That's valuable. Yeah, that about does it. There you go. Okay, this does not have to be that big to fit the rest of these stray parts. So let's inventory down here again. Of each? That's unexpected. 2 of these. 2 of these. 4 of these. 2 more here. 1. 2 of these. 2 of these. 4 of these. Okay. Is this totally ratchet? Yes. Is it what we're going to do? Also yes. There we go. 1 layer up. And then we can just start placing pieces in that layer as carefully as possible. Like that. Just like that. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now once again, we're going to check. Can we fit all these pieces? Actually kind of want to use this back here. I don't know what they are, but they look kind of nice. There we go. There we go. I also like this piece. I wonder if we can make a little chair somewhere. Yeah, we can. Actually, we might be able to make a couple chairs. It's a chair. Do it again. Depends how many of those clickers we have. Actually, this will look nicer. Again, you just look for repeated parts, because repeated parts mean that there's things you can do. I don't love these. I don't love these. That's a little better, but I only have one piece like that. I also noticed this. Which again, I don't quite know what we've just built there, but I kind of like it, so let's go ahead and put this like that. That looks like a weapon rack or something. We did these backwards. Well, not very comfortable chairs. And they don't fit in the spot. All right, I tried. Nobody sits on the construction site. I really tried. I really tried. I think we're done here. If we can get these pieces in, we're done here. Saving again the useful pieces for the very, very last. Oh my gosh. Lego, why are you like this? Like, we're so close. Guys, never do alt builds. You'll go insane, just like me. Like, do I think this would fit if I, like, methodically did put every single piece in? Actually, I'm not even sure about that. Like, if I had 2 more bricks to work with, yes, I think it would. I think it could easily do it. But I don't. I have the equivalent of, like, 1 more brick to work with. This is so foolish. And now I get to do this. I remember last stream I was talking about how it would be annoyingly useful to have like a Lego vacuum for moments where you've been really dumb, like I just was right there. Did I just boy boss too close to the sun? Yes, I absolutely, truly did. Okay, a lot of the rest of these are pieces that we actually can't use. Ah. I despise doing this. I really do. It would be a lot easier to just keep all the parts in like a common space for them, but I'm telling you, it's not the way. This is better. Yeah, this is better. Hey, and that actually looks... That's not bad. That's not bad. Imperial factory with opening doors. Now, if I was sane, given everything we just experienced, we would stop right now. This one's not going to be hard. These are the remaining parts from the Supremacy. There's really not that much here. But this one is a problem. This one is a problem. Oh well, no time like the present. Let's do a swap. So this time it looks like what we got? So the nice part now is we can actually just build crates to store the rest of the parts in. I don't have a lot of bricks left in this one, do I? But I do seem to have the engines. That's kind of nice. Where's that engine? Back here. Do I have the engines? I might. So if I have more of those, that'd be pretty cool to make more of them to set around. 1. Oh yeah, it looks like I've got them. 2. And what was the next pieces? Oh yeah, I've got them. This. Need a silver stud. I need this. I might not have a silver stud left over. That's funny. All right, at this point, we're just openly cannibalizing. There's very few parts in this one. This one's not going to be hard at all. I actually kind of like how high this building ended up getting. It's neat. And it's kind of like walled off, which makes it look like it's a secret research facility. And we also have like the space so like the TIE fighter pilot can go there. In fact, this TIE fighter pilot doesn't go to anything. Like he could just be on site. In fact, maybe I'll just add him to this set. Why the hell not? I need these. Here's one. Goes like that. There's an engine. Here's another one. And I need this. See, like, I complain a lot, but in the end, we are getting where I wanted to get to, and it does look pretty neat. It does look pretty neat. All right, 2 more engines, and I've got these. That we're going to set aside. So we're going to set all this aside for now. We do not have the parts to make more turrets, so that's okay. Let's make a note that let's track everything we've done here. So Imperial Shipyards entire floor is the storage rack and the building and the 2 engines. 2 more engines and second floor of building. Actually, I kind of like the height of the building. I don't know if I want to make it that much taller, but we'll see what we can do. And second building are from the one used for where's my sticky note? High Defender, Cislander. There it is. Zeta class. Are from KR shuttle used for Zeta class. So if we make this right here, and it looks like a second building. So the first thing we would want to do is we'd want to... Okay. How much space are we working with here? About that much? Yep. Now we could make it diagonal or sideways. Could build it sideways, which I kind of like how that looks, that there's some space between the two buildings. Okay. So now we're going to start plotting out everywhere that it goes, which is here down to here. Okay, it's not huge, but it'll do. So should we set our entire factory aside while we do this? How miserable is this going to be? It's going to be pretty miserable. I don't have a lot of bricks here. So be it. Swap. Just gonna use what we have. Actually, let's do the thing again where we pull out everything that's directly a brick, followed by things that can remotely be a brick. Okay, we've got a few bricks here. These parts are going to be annoying to place again. And we need a roof of some... Actually, we don't. This can just be a storage bin if it has to be. That's the thing to remember. That's a brick. Bricks. Bricks. It's kind of funny we're getting some slightly different pieces than in the last build, just because of the nature of how the two alt builds were a little different. That's a brick. That's a brick. This is a brick. This is a brick. I think that's just about all of them. Oh, and we have a jumper. Okay, so we can make the top. This is actually... I just keep looking to the left over at what we built up to this point, and I've got to say, it is actually, like... It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. The overall idea was bad. but the execution is pretty neat. 3. I bet the 4th one of these is around here somewhere. This is a brick. Oh, this is kind of a lot of bricks, actually. Yep, there's the 4th one. Okay, how high can we get? Let's group them, in fact. That's usually useful. 3 of each. 2 of these. 1 of these. 2 of these. Four, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 1. Only 3 of these. I bet there's a 4th around. Yep. It's actually not the same piece, but it's very similar piece. 3. A 3rd. 5th. Okay. So we use the chunkiest pieces first. Whoa, chunky. Let's kind of put that sideways. You know, we can use a little bit of an art form here. We got the hopeful and uplifting music reminding us that this is all going to be worth something in the end. I really liked windows being on the 3rd level, so we'll keep that again. Use this. Use these. And actually, let's add some texture here like this. And back here like this. These buildings do not have doors. That's because they are clearly shipping crates. I don't know what you're talking about. Another sideways. 4th level. Here. Let's put the windows over here this time. There's one. Which means we need this here. Actually, that's not true. We can technically keep building this up like so. This is starting to be a solid little shipping crate here. Keep these for the top level. And this needs to be used soon. Let's use it right there. Yep. Some 3s. Smaller window over the side here. Maybe with these 2 vertical vents like that. Yeah, it's not bad. And we've still got more to play with, too. Like this. 2 of these, like this. It's ramshackle, but now the problem is this little storage crate we're making is not going to hold our parts. So does that mean we should abandon ship? I don't know. In fact, some of our parts won't even fit in this. But what is Lego building if not looking defeat in the eyes and laughing in its face? And spitting in its general direction. Okay, still going here. Now comes the part where we take anything that can conceivably be a brick. These. this. Here's one. Running a little dry here. How many bricks do I have to fill, quote unquote? 5? 5 by 1? That shouldn't be impossible. Okay, this is 2. Uplifting music. This technically works. There we go. Here. I think we're pretty dry. We're pretty dry on parts. I guess we can do this. Yeah, I think we're tapped out. Okay. Now that gets us... Okay, so again, it's just another building. I don't hate how that looks. The problem is going to be... The problem is going to be... Do I have anything that's 8 long? Not really. This is 2 long. So here's 6, just for argument's sake. Here's another 6. This one. Nope. This one. And then I need a 2. This will work. Here. Then I need 2 by 8. There's 1 by 8. Is there another one? I don't know that there is. Although that does kind of cover the roof there. Oh my gosh, this is so ratchet. Although I think we're going to pull this off amazingly. Amazingly. Alright. So let's start by not including plates. So now, so the next thing we're going to do is pull the plates aside. Plates and really annoying pieces. RUPs for short. I made that up. Although I really only want the useful big plates. 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 Useful big plates. That's basically fine. This I want. This I want. And then let's put tiles to another side. These are flat. No, they're not useful. Tiles. This is useful. Tiles. Put these in here. Actually, no. They're Star Wars pieces. We'll keep them. Tile. Jumper. Jumper. Plate. Tile. Tile. Now, of what's left, I'm starting to get close to having things be able to fit inside. So we need to figure out what pieces are too big to go inside. That can go along the top. This is too big. There's 2 of those. All of these are too big. So again, maybe we're making like a telescoping roof. This is not too big. And I think everything else might just fit inside. So how big is this? Oh, it's perfect. That's beautiful. Well, that might change things. So let's attach this. Let's actually figure out exactly how this is going to be attached before I go any further here. There's a particular piece I'm looking for, because I don't want to just set this. Aha! So I can actually, again, I need to turn. Where are those? Oh wow, those are the, oh no, here's one. Kind of a strange choice, but it's one that we can make. Yep, and this. Do the opposite. So actually, here, we can just stack this. Like so. And then that takes care of these big pieces that we couldn't use anyway. And it kind of has a bit of an industrial look to it. Now let's figure out which... Okay, it's the middle 2. And there we go. This is going to be a bit strange, but we can do it. We can definitely do it. And then we'll be able to fit everything inside of our ridiculous box. Okay, so did this. These. Actually, I don't have a lot of connectors left, so I should be... Yeah, I should be prudent. Do these. Go back outside and do these. Then we reset into the middle with one of these. If there's any left. Looks like there might not be. I mean, this is... I think we're pretty dry here. Go in like this. No, so instead of doing that, we'll go back here. Like that. Which leaves us one more on top. It's a strange little build. Nobody knows what it's for, but we're deciding that we like it anyway. There we go. Put that there. Still kind of works. Could actually put that in front instead of blocking our alley there. I don't love it being in the front versus in the back, but I don't really have too much choice at this point. Now, if I could take off the top three, put them on the bottom, I'd be left with something like this. And then like this. Does that look any better? No, it actually looks worse. What about this? That doesn't look as bad. That looks better. I don't know what it is about this, but it looks better somehow. And if I do this, somehow it looks worse. Okay, very strange, but okay. So I need a way to connect this. That's actually not hard. We've done this a few times before. Then we can put this one down here. Where's the other one of those pieces? There it is. Ready for this? We even have space for one more. Or two more. So we'll use these gray ones to break it up a little bit more. Then back we go. There we go. Not too bad. We said we don't hate how this... Yeah, we don't hate how that looks. Surprisingly. So now we fill. So all of this junk... Set these aside because they could be useful. But all the rest of this, I'm going to try. We pray. We hope. The dream is real. We believe. Do you believe? Do you believe hard enough? It's the most ridiculous LEGO stream possibly in history, but you know. We will never be doing this again. We've learned our lesson. Thoroughly learned our lesson about alt builds. Kids, don't try alt builds at home. Or don't try reusing the parts from alt builds strategically at home. Okay, this is like reasonably close, but it's not quite there yet. So that's the point where we need to start building upwards. Now these parts are a problem. That's a problem. These parts. Why would that not work? Are we caught on something? That should work. There. Okay, all right. We've increased our level by checks notes 1 plate. I'll buy 2 plates. Buy a brick. So we'll put pieces in again. It's got to get us close. Yeah, it's not there, but it's real close. It's real close. That might be there. Here. What did it cost you, Thanos? I regret everything. Okay. Just an ugly square building. Actually, I guess there's another way we could do this. Yep. Yep. Just like so. Yep. Okay, we're basically there. Basically there. The problem is we've just left ourselves all the most annoying parts, which are going to kind of detract from what we've built here. Okay, so that's the idea. So now I think we can bring our base back. See if we can figure out a way to put this stuff to use. So this is kind of where the thing slots onto. I want to bring it forward by 1 more stud, and I cannot. That pretty much does the trick. Okay, still don't hate that. That's actually kind of nice. This looks like some kind of command tower. So now, just got to keep thinking creatively here. And this can actually even rotate a little bit. can offset, which is kind of interesting. I mean, it is attached by only one jumper. Two more barrels on the roof. But the problem is we still have quite a few plates that we have to get through. Aha! There we go. We've accidentally created another play feature. Which shouldn't be so surprising because Technic parts are what play features come from. They're pretty much typically how you would go about creating a play feature if you ever want to do so. So, I would love for this to be attached by more than one jumper, but I don't think I'm going to get my wish. So, now, how can I make use of these huge parts? I mean, I guess I could make some kind of walkway. Do something like this. How big is this? Need to view it from up top. We are almost done with the stream, but we're not quite there yet. Gotta even be more up top. I think it's here. Yeah, I think it's here. So we need to go back by 4. Let's go back to here. I don't hate that. We might be able to do something interesting with this. Don't hate that either. There we go. There we go. Doesn't make sense. How could these not be aligned? What? Oh, I see. That makes these kind of look like observation pods or something. Oh yeah, I don't hate that at all. Now we've just added verticality to our factory. And if I could find a way to attach this on the bottom in reverse, which I definitely could have done if I'd held on to more parts, but I did not. What about... Oh, that's going to be too good to be true. It's going to be too tall. Yeah. But here, though... It's not stable, though. I prefer it to be stable. I don't want these parts to be loose. I'm just going to jam it down in there. Stud shooters are literally the bane of my existence. All right, let's get these shots. Can we get these shots inside? Pull this down. No, we cannot. I want these gone. I want these gone. This is kind of funny because it's like the old joke about there's no railings in the Empire. Could do this. Put this underneath. It's starting to be a substantial amount of weight, though. Yeah, I kind of liked them separated. There we go. Almost there. Almost there. Just thinking. Just thinking. Throw them in here and call it a day. All right, enough thinking. Pop that back on. Back over here for a second. Let's finish this up. Just like this. That's not too much weight. Put this guy up here. Put these up. Here's a control. Pilot. Better make sure to note that I added that pilot. Where's my keyboard? Here it is. Yeah, this actually really has added something to the build, which can happen when you actually take your time to do things. It's nice. I'll find a way to balance it. That'd be nice too. I mean, if I use some illegal technique, I can. But I mean, that's usually the answer. That is usually true. It would need to be up one more layer for this. For what I'm trying to do. Let's see. Look at this from the side. Yeah, I need to raise this by one more stud. over here. Although that's actually going to make it way less stable. Let's do something like this. Move this down by one more. This. That's super illegal. That doesn't work so well. Here is fine. But now it's up. This is not the right piece for the task at hand. Okay, let's take this back off. Bring this back down here. Bring this back up by one. Just let it be like that. Down here, we'll go like this. That's probably fine. Then those engines are going to give too much verticality. Unless we go downward. Ooh! Amazing solution. Amazing solution. Here we go. Wait, hang on. Put these in the corner. Oh, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. Come on. It's crazy, but it's not impossible. There we go. There's one. And number two. Now, this does get in the way of my opening door, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's kind of bonkers. So maybe I'm going to reverse my opening door just to make sure that it's clear that this is kind of not supposed to move. Although, then I want to come over here, make this left-handed entry. Here we go. So now all I have to do to make this door not open is lift this piece, preferably without breaking the rest of the build. Come on. Come on. Tiny bunch. Actually, I suppose all I really need to do is shove a 1x2 down there, which, let's take it from here. Yeah, this was smart. It's all working. One way or another, it's all working. There we go. So I just locked, again, I just locked that door. Yeah. Locked. So now I can actually put my door opener back because it won't open anyway. But this one will. Still opens. Which is still really neat. Accidental technique feature. Okay. That's 2 more engines. And then these pieces. Actually, I think we should probably try to get these. I have a thought about these last 3 pieces, so I'm going to set them over here. And you guys are going to help me make sure I don't forget. Okay. We just about went crazy doing the 2nd level. Now we're going to do a 3rd level. Are we? Really? I don't know. So here are the extra Kyber Ren Command Shuttle pieces used for the Supremacy. Yet another set that they probably... So again, why are we doing all this? If they release a Zeta-class lander, I take this off, and I'm good to go. If they release a TIE Defender, I swap the TIE that's in the middle, and I'm good to go. And in the meantime, I've got a pretty cool-looking TIE Fighter factory that really does look like... That really does feel like something that came out of the LEGO Star Wars universe. Okay. How many pieces do I have for this one? This is really not very many pieces. Just pull them down here. This is like 100 pieces. So where could I hypothetically put this? I mean, the obvious place would be here, supporting the railing, right? There's so few pieces here. Wow, they really did a good job with the Supremacy. I also think that some of these Kyber Ren shuttles are missing pieces. Oh, right, I need these too. Which means that I'm going to have to do this. Yeah, I like that. I don't dislike that. That's all fine. Looks very industrial, very TIE Fighter. Once again, it's always the same. Why is it always you three? I'm trying to remember what that's from. Oh, it's Harry Potter. Okay, put all those back in there. Factory back over here. So if we use these boat studs correctly, I mean, so the problem is I have no plates. Like, I can't build, like, anything. There's so few parts left here. But if I focus on the objective of trying to support this back here, I think we might be able to get somewhere. The way we would do that is we would make a frame. We'd use the boat studs to make a frame. Can't be longer than 8 by 8, so that's fine. 8 by 8 by 6. So let's yet again, let's take the factory and set it back. I love those engines. I love that we picked the engines to do like that. Okay, 8 by 8, 8 by 6 frame. Here's 2 by 8. So that's not going to be that hard. And then by 6. We have nothing to work with. Look like this. Okay, that is an 8x6 frame. It's an ugly one, but it does get the job done. Yeah, this works. So let's flush it out as much as we can. I don't think there's going to be any room for a bin for extra parts this time. And I don't see any thing that would allow me to convert these sideways. Actually, instead of the boat studs, I could just build this upside down. Oh, these could potentially work. Y'all, this is just brutal at this point. Are these 8 wide? No, they're 9, right? Yeah, so we don't want to use those. Unless we use them sideways. Okay, let's try this. I don't even have any parts to do this with. Goes to this one. Goes to this one. Goes to this one. Goes to this one. That's all of them. What does 5 do for me? It's actually pretty nice. 5 is actually pretty nice, especially on the second stud. It's actually really nice. So I would do this. Then I could go here. And here. That's a wall, he said, optimistically. This is mostly flat. At this point, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. Okay, that's flat. That was probably good. Let's find a way to include these. So we need to go up by 1. This is actually crazy what we've come up with here. Could actually use these to set this thing instead of using the boat studs. This is going to make it all snap. Let's see. Do this. No. The other thing here is we probably want to make sure that this can move by itself in case somehow LEGO releases a Zeta class before they release a Supremacy. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Don't do alt builds, guys. This whole experience, like, this factory is cool, and the challenge I did with Kyber Ren's shuttle was very neat, but don't do alt builds. Just don't. Just saying. What on earth are you doing? I'm just vibing at this point. At this point, it's literally 100% vibes. Over here, too. We can do another one of those. Nope, we can't. Never mind. There's a jumper. We love a jumper. This would be a good time to sort the pieces. Oh, we can do this. Nope, we can't do that either. Okay. Well, we know we're going to want... I don't actually have an easy way to use these, do I? Nope. So if I did that... I've got one of those. I need this to look like it's engine in progress, maybe. Do another one. So I can turn it on its side. That looks like something, maybe. And these are the hardest pieces to use here. And I can actually do this by sliding this. Interesting. Another one. This is going to look industrial. Okay. Now we're just going to slide this pole through there. One. Actually, I think we want to do it from the other side. Yep. Don't lose track, though. So put this here. Then start sliding this in until we reach that spot. And we keep going forward. It kind of works. Oh, it does work. Let's take this off so I can press it. What am I missing here? Ugh. Yeah, I really don't understand why this would only go in a certain amount. And I don't want that to stick over the edge. So the problem is down here. Let's take this off. There we go. One here. Then we put it all back together again. Like Humpty Dumpty. Does this fit? Does this fit if we do that? Yeah, it does. Let's do it again. this in here. Back here. It's not bad. Almost there. Okay, that looks industrial enough. Now I think it's time to sort these parts by like Technic, non-Technic. So kind of have a better idea what's going on. Bricks, Technic, poles, boat studs. Bricks, upside down, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, tiles, jumper, and brick, upside down. This one's right side up. It's an odd assortment of remaining parts, but you know what we could actually do here? It's a little nutty, but what if we just... This looks like some kind of like almost defense cannon or something. There we go. And I want this to be able to rest, so that's probably good. Same thing here. Okay. So let's pause and see what this looks like if we set it down. Not terrible. Oh yeah, that's reasonable. That's totally reasonable. Couldn't tell you what it is, but it's reasonable. Okay. That goes like that. I think I see I think I see an option here. And I want this at the back. So if I try doing this, how does it work? Too high? Too high. Too high. Now, if I put a boat stud here, and that's going to make this more likely to come up when I want it to. There we go. Slip that right in there. Yeah. It's actually not totally crazy. Do I hate it? Nah, I don't hate it. Then this would go here. Needs boat studs across the front. Yep, that's about right. Actually, look, the whole build is ridiculous, okay? I know already. Sometimes it's fun to be a little bit ridiculous. That's fine. That's fine. This. That's fine. Like that. In theory. Oh, if we just had one of those. It's a particular piece that would work well here. That is in the set, but we don't have any leftovers from this copy. Okay, there we go. There we go. Come on, this is like 20 pieces. We can do 20 pieces, right? I mean, it does look like something. I'm just not sure what it looks like. Not sure what that something is. Okay. You know, this is how Star Wars sets and props were originally made by George Lucas, too. Just bits and bobs of old stuff. All things considered, I'd say it's turning out well enough. That actually helped a lot. I don't quite understand how. Okay, and then if I go here, take this boat stud off. I mean, right now that just sets there really nicely. Really nicely, actually. It's actually kind of crazy. What happens if I raise this one more level? One more brick. Then it looks almost like a roof. I'm okay with that. Also don't know that I have a huge choice. Come on, you silly. There we go. That's all fine. Two more back here. No, that's not very safe. That's gonna fall off. So far off, but here would not. Does it sit? It does sit. It sits, it rotates. If only I had somewhere to rest it, to nestle it into, would be really good. Let's see what we can do here. Literally just one point of connection would be plenty. I mean, I guess I could do that. Could do that. I thought I had one that pointed upward. Okay, I think I see it. Okay. This. There it is. Okay, here we use this one. Up. But then we can't do that. So we change the orientation. Aha! I see it again. This moves over. This moves over. This goes in. This goes in. Oh, that still doesn't really work, does it? Okay, fine. That goes here. Goes here. Goes here. This comes up. Goes here. This goes here. What happened to... Let's take this off. It's fine. This one here. And then is this the lowest point? Yes. Oh my gosh. By golly. That's... We did it. You ready? Minifigure points of view. The Imperial TIE Defender Factory. Open the door. You see the TIE Defender being built. Some kind of surface-to-air defense system. A bunch of these wings. A TIE fighter pilot, of course. Engines under construction. A storage warehouse, a command tower, A typically Star Wars dangerous walkway that doesn't meet safety inspection. And a lot of extra parts being built, like turrets and things. I think we did really well here. Now, what we did not do is use the parts to the ATTE, which I'm going to keep with me for now. To RTD2. To the Imperial Star Destroyer and TIE Raider. Actually, this is another one that I really should have used because it's part of the same build as that TIE Defender. To the Inquisitor Shuttle. To the Rebel Y-Wing. Coruscant Guard gunship. Or the Millennium Falcon. But at this point, I don't really care that much anymore. I'm just happy that we made a really cool build that's going to be an awesome addition to the rather underutilized industrial section of the city. And I don't know that that much is that much more important to me right now. Again, the only other thing would be, like, how many parts to this Imperial Star Destroyer do we even have here? It's not much. It's not that much. But I don't think it'll be additive. I don't think it would really add something to our build that it's currently missing. So whereas, like, again, if they release a TIE, first of all, they're more likely to release a TIE Defender than a TIE Raider. And if they do, like, I can so easily pick up the parts of this that belong to the TIE Defender and replace it with something else. It's been a good run, folks. I think we can pretty solidly say we accomplished our objective here, and I'm pretty happy about that. My brain is definitely exhausted. So on that note,